Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everybody. Today we're holding session number 340, and today's session is sponsored by our patrons. Thank you very much, patrons, for your generous pledges.
Thank you.
We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you. Players, at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 340 points to your main character. A quick way to do that is select your main character's token, hold the shift key, double click on your main character's token, and it'll open up your character sheet straight from your token. That's a big thank you for showing up on time. I really appreciate that. We are running a little late today. We had a level up to take care of from last session. Jaldi leveled up to level 3-3. We were going to do that at the end of the last session he was here, but I had some technical difficulties and had to do a hard shutdown on my computer, so unfortunately those things happen. When last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they had just finished their 10 weeks of vacation in Megiddo. And in that time, all those NPCs that they left behind in the desert and the jungle since they started their adventure have all shown up in Megiddo, and they're taking up a lot of room at Oyeshi's Inn. Okay. So I'm just going to empty the turn order tracker right now, and we'll re-roll. Just ignore the tokens that are on the ship right now. Because I'm going to delete those in a minute. I'm going to post your party up on the bridge. Whoa. That was not supposed to happen. Weird. It's not posting them where I'm trying to post them. I'll just move them, I guess. Okay, so go ahead and roll size-based initiative for your main character. 2 back. I'm trying to put all these camels on the back. And of course the elephant can't go with you in the desert.
What?
It would kill him, he'd just burn up. Like a big old roast pig.
It's so sad to have to say goodbye. But, you know, it's Deluvio's thing by now. You know, he's always left by the females in his life who he loves.
Well, there's no saying you can't keep it in the boat.
Yay!
So everyone's research, all that stuff is done. And it's 7:01 a.m. on June the 2nd. And someone had a birthday. Was it Asher?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you already add 1 year to your
Oh, did not. Thanks for reminding me.
age?
Doing it right now.
Okay. First up is Calamar and Company.
They're all riding along the way, and he goes, "So Asher, didn't you want to get another follower, like, you know, a fighter or something? Because I bet you can find one in this inn. Seems it's really rowdy. Seems they have a whole bunch of fighters in there. By the number of fist fights I just heard."
Asher looks at the ground and kind of sighs, and she says, "Well, it won't be the same as having Gromnar, but yeah, we need someone, you know, who can do a lot of damage, you know, with the martial variety, and you know, another person, and yeah, I'll go look."
Well, there is no one who can ever take the place of Grumnar. But, you know, he has his place over here in case he decides to come back. Maybe he'll come back one day.
Asher looks at her, and there are like tears standing in her eyes, and she says, "You think he might?"
Well, you know what? I think he will. That's what I believe.
I hope so. She looks back at the ground and sags her shoulders.
You betcha. And they will just move up next to the inn.
Okay. So you can see the doors are wide open. And right outside are 3 iron golems standing guard. And they are they're activated. They're actually moving around, actively moving their heads, looking for something. You're not sure what. And according to the calendar, June the 2nd is the day of the moon, aka Moon Day or Monday. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Ha ha.
Can you make the rock and gamma go to back because my
Yeah.
characters, they weren't writing before, but they are now, and yeah, we're done.
Alright. Calamar. Yeah, you can see that these iron golems are definitely actively guarding, and they've got their heads on a swivel. Like their heads are making these weird noises as they turn their heads. It goes.
Kalmar is comfortable having been in the library for 10 weeks or 8 weeks or however long it was with these things in there all the time. So, like, they don't even, he barely notices them. The rest of the people of his followers goes, what the fuck is going on? What's this weird noise? And Kalmar is like,
When the Calamar's followers are like, "What the fuck is going on?" Asher kind of leans over and whispers and says, "Hey, put the word around. Make sure the let me get their name. Make sure I get their name right. Make sure the Chambu family's below decks."
so Boogie Will takes up and he says, and he whispers to Jesse, make sure the Bombzu
The Chambu.
hang on, are
Yeah,
beyond
sorry.
are below decks. So Jesse, she hops up, little thing flits up next to Tron and says, make sure that Bonsai are below decks. And Toronto whispers up to Calamar, make sure that God, I can't think of the perfect punchline. Make sure that the Zondu are on your deck or something like that. And he's like, I don't understand. Livio, however, was thinking, oh, are they below decks? And looks over at the ship. Does he see any of the, who are they?
Chambu family.
Chambu family on the upper deck of the ship, wandering around?
Yeah.
I see.
It says, oh, look, Asher, look. And he points, he doesn't point, he kind of nudges his head.
Asher says,
Go below. Somebody needs to say something.
Asher says, will you please, Olivia? Will you let them know?
Yeah.
Thank you. And Josh, I'm just now noticing, I don't think I was on the turn order tracker for this.
You were, but it was the token that was on the ship. I don't know what happened to the token that I put on the bridge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened to your token
I
that was on the
didn't know
bridge?
I thought that was a mistake. I'm sorry. Because it was under a camel, but I guess it was supposed to be on top of a camel. That was my fault. Pure and simple. Let me put that token back.
Grumpy, lumpy, frumpy.
I misunderstood, and it was my
Dumpy.
fault. So was on the boat, but she was on the bridge. I don't even know if she would have been near Alluvio.
No, Alluvio is basically right next to you, well, in front of you
Okay.
now, because Shannon moved her characters forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Olivio is at the very, very back, so closest.
Okay.
He's the one who actually heard your instruction.
Okay, good.
So is Asher riding Grumpy or Senator riding Grumpy?
Let's see. I guess she's
Oh,
riding
Grumpy.
Dumpy.
Grumpy's a pack animal anyways.
Oh, okay. No.
Dumpy's your brand new one.
Alright, let's see.
Okay, next up is Tenzi and Company.
First, a question. Can we assume we've already gotten our items, or is that something we should be taking care of now? So,
You
for example,
already got them. You already got them.
Okay,
It's been
Perfect.
10 weeks.
all right. And I haven't been to this inn, so I've heard so much about. I will head up to it.
Yeah, dog.
Here we go. And I'll just step inside and take in the scenery.
Okay, your camel kind of messes up the carpet as you step inside.
I didn't. Well, I wasn't going to ride them in.
You can dismount outside.
All right, then I will dismount outside.
And the golems seem to pay you no mind as you dismount. Anything else from Tenzi?
Nope.
All right. Asher and Company.
So Asher says to Karen Glor, she says, she kind of like halts the line while Karen Glor's walking forward. And as he gets up to her, She says, Caranglor, go to the boat and make sure that the Chomdu family is below decks. Caranglor nods and says, yes, my lady. Then he's gonna go back that way. Get a jog.
So it looks like Jim is on foot.
Yeah.
And I don't see your fighter mage. Where is he?
Caranglor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Asher sent him back to the boat, so he has gotten far with his movement. She wants him to tell the Chomdu family to get below decks.
Weird. Where's his token at?
Here.
I don't even
Just
see your
north of the
ping.
bridge.
Can you use your ruler for me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I see him now. All right. I didn't scroll far enough north. All right.
Okay. And then the rest are going to keep on heading toward the inn. I can't see anything like windows or anything. Is this the inn?
Yeah. Like I said, Roll20 hasn't invented Windows yet.
Yeah.
They will
Yeah, I
be
figured that is
probably
gonna-
by. We'll probably have Windows by sometime this summer, I think.
Cool.
Yeah, Windows and fences are basically the same thing. It's an invisible wall. Like you can see through it, but you can't move past it. And I'll probably have windows and fences set up all over the place.
4.
So you walk in and you see 3 nuns sitting at the very first table inside the door. Pretty much within earshot of those iron golems. And they're armed in the typical fashion. They've got their green dress on over a suit of chainmail. And they each have their staff. And some other accoutrement. And you can see pretty much all the friends that have come and gone over the last 6 months in the desert since you've entered Aperciba. You can see Brian Jurid is actually laying on this table over here. Brian Jurid, the gold
shit.
dragon hatchling, with Dion at the head of the table.
Oh shit.
You can see Saris, his dog Cricket, and his chicken, who is fully grown now.
Oh, oh,
Is it a big chicken?
Big. It's about 3 feet tall. Okay. You can see Zion in the back right here. Gromnar is still at the bar, and Misha has taken the place of St. Luther. Anbu is at the bar here, along with Thader in the corner, who's kind of keeping his eye on Zion, untrustworthy as he is, and in human form, dressed as pirates, are Varen, Lazarus, Onras, Moors, and Raymond.
Oh my god.
holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Oh,
Varen with his telltale tricorn hat at the northern side of the table. right here, and then the other 4 right here. And it seems like they're having a discussion about parting ways.
Asher just about passes out at this is your life moment.
Wow. Wow.
She stops stock still and just stares with her mouth hanging open. And she doesn't even say anything. That'll be it.
Okay. Next up is Zaldi Company.
Sweet. Okay, I will move right next to Piranha. Oh, that's right.
Oh, by the way, is Asher proficient camel rider?
No.
Okay, so you would have seen that from outside. I've seen all that from
Okay.
outside.
Alright, so I'll move her back there. My bad, I forgot about that. You're moving, okay. Yep, I forgot all about that. Oh my god, Shannon.
Okay, were you going to dismount, Zaldi?
Oh yeah. So as I'm traveling next to Tirana, I'm like, ho, go forward. No, not left. No, forward. This is a dumb animal. Forward. Uh, whatever. Just follow the animal in front of you. Animal. And as I'm riding next to Tirana, I'm like, yeah, is it dog or how do you say it? Dog? At? Is that how you pronounce it? Because I'm trying to home in on my common.
That's really good. That's really good, Salty. You can say 2 things. So if it has a dog or a cat, you're in on it, baby. That's something you can totally conversate them up all about.
I mean, I'm trying other words. I mean, I've been practicing. If you don't mind, I would like to continue to practice with you and everyone else, if that's fine.
Oh yeah, sure. Anything to get you that'll be any way that will make you speak common like everybody else. I totally want you to do it.
Great. I'll continue to do it. Cad. What is this thing called again? The thing that I'm writing?
Camel.
Campbell. Yes, Campbell.
Okay.
I will dismount DM. Oh, by the way, so I did go up to 3rd level. I do have a proficiency slot, so I'm adding common to that proficiency. So I'm gonna try my best to dismount the creature. That's great news for me, anyway. And I'll follow the rest of the gang, and that will complete my turn.
Okay. Time now is 7 a.m. June the 2nd. Oh, 7:02 a.m. June the 2nd. 11:85. First up is Calamar and Company.
Well, I'm just gonna wait out here while Ashley went in and did her thing and got a fighter to follow her. But then she tells me that it's like old home week. I'm definitely dismounting my camel. Sorry, I have to pronounce it correctly. To go inside because I want to see right through it. I'm
Is she invisible?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make her so.
I thought she was. Sorry about that. Just a second. Ah. Okay. There we go.
Baron's sitting at the table, saying, "After all this time, it really pains me to say that we will now be parting ways. As a group, we've had many adventures, but times have changed, and I must now go to Mingdao to herald in the next incarnation of Empress Ushas. Does anyone have any questions?" And Lazarus raises his hand and says, "So does this mean we're not going with you?" And Varen's like, "Unfortunately, yes. That means you'll be fending for yourselves, as I will no longer be your master." Goodbye.
Almost finished. And I give him a big surprise kiss on the cheek.
What? Oh my god. Jezzy, I almost pulled the trigger and drew my sword. You would have been mincemeat, and you know it.
And she pops invisibility again. And she says, "How are you doing, Viren? It's been so long since we've seen you. It's been a couple of months at least. What's the story? What's the deal? What's the deal? Come on. You know, we're bestest friends."
Well, I've had a lot of visions from Ushas explaining what is about to happen with my personal future, and it seems that she needs me to escort her from Mingdao to the capital in order to take back the throne from the Shogun and reestablish the empire as it once was. So, in theory, that means that I'll have to go alone.
She looks at you and goes, with like her up and down, like, and she, like, sizing him up, and she says, "You go alone? I don't know, Viren. I don't know. You think you can do it? I mean, don't you want another party or something? I don't know. Why do you think you have to do it alone?"
Well, in all of my visions, I was always depicted alone with Ushas in avatar form as her sole guardian and retainer.
She gives him a look that says, "You're damn crazy." And she says, "Okay then." And then, she meets the others and da. And that's my turn.
Okay, Tenzi, you can hear a loud voice coming from inside, speaking with a lot of enunciation and pauses. Almost annoyingly so. Michael?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get
Yeah,
in
you
line.
can. Okay.
I step into the inn.
And, oh, go ahead.
Obviously, I don't really know any of these people other than Gromnar. Right?
Yeah.
And,
Did Jezzy become
Zion.
visible to talk with Varen?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so you can see Jezzy over here, which is Calamar's fairy friend, speaking with this man in a tricorn hat.
I
And
don't think I've ever Jezzy before.
maybe once or twice.
Well, yeah, I think she did kind of hide her her existence until she's finished playing tricks on everybody, and she didn't quite get you yet. But then Varen
Yep.
showed up. So.
Okay. Well,
So
you
yeah,
can
I've
see
never-
this really loudmouth fellow in a tricorn hat talking to this fairy hovering about 5 feet off the ground.
And the fairy is like excited about being reunited with her long lost BFF, and Varen is like looking at her with fairly contained contempt.
You can also see Thader, the guy that you knew for just a few hours, who attacked Zion when you first met. Zion
Okay.
is here in the corner. Gromnar with his dog Misha. There's a man sort of feeding this giant chicken that has bat wings. It's a creepy looking chicken. And on his other side is an African wild dog with the big circular ear variety, the cute ones with the spots and stuff. 3 Isis nuns at this table. A horse-sized gold dragon laying down on this table here, talking to this man who's dressed as a wizard. And by the way, this man is also dressed as a wizard. And then Oyeshi and his 3 servants are serving everyone their drinks and food. It's now breakfast time, and everyone's enjoying fruit salad of papaya and mango, with a little bit of like paprika sprinkled on top, and different ways of cooking eggs. So like fried, scrambled, hard-boiled, mostly hard-boiled though, and fresh milk.
I will walk up to empty stool at the bar and ask for breakfast.
Oh, we have a good breakfast for you today, my friend, says Oyeshi. How do you want your eggs? Fried, scrambled, poached, hard-boiled, sunny side up, over easy?
Hard boiled is fine.
Okay. And he walks over here, grabs a small bowl, and scoops some fruit salad onto it, and sprinkles some red spice on top, and grabs a spoon, plops it into the fruit salad, and this man comes over with a small bowl with 2 hard-boiled eggs and sets it in front of you with a pepper shaker and a salt shaker.
And I ask him how much that will be.
2 copa. Do you want some milk?
What kind of milk is it?
It is goat's milk.
I would love to have some goat's milk.
Fresh and new as the spring morning. And he grabs a pitcher from underneath the counter and a goblet and pours you some fresh goat's milk.
I put 3 coppers on the table and commence to enjoy my breakfast. That'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. The fruit salad is sweet and peppery at the same time, which for most people from Panoplia is a new sensation. Sweet and peppery, sweet and hot, and the eggs are done just to your liking, whether you like super hard yolk or slightly soft. They're perfect the way you like them as you bust into them. And the fresh milk kind of brings it all together with that nice sweet bit of protein. All right. Asher and Company.
So, looking for Calamar here. I see Tirana. Is Calamar visible?
Yes, he is. I think that he's turned invisible, but I will always.
Okay.
So. Yep, I totally was invisible there, but there I am.
Thank you. So Asher kind of breathlessly looks over to Calamar and says, Calamar, it's Baron, and Brian Druid, and Cromnar is here, and it's Cirrus, and it's Dion, and it's everyone, and she's kind of like fanning herself as she says it.
And Calamar's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, jumping up and down like, oh my god.
And Asher says, oh, I was just gonna try and pick up some rando for the group and hope that, he would develop and get better, but what if I could talk one of them into joining the group again, too? Instead.
Yeah, that is what you gotta do.
Well, she kind of looks at the ground and says, Varen would be great, or Brian Drew would be great. We really need someone who can fight. And she kind of ticks off on her fingers, like maybe even both. I don't know.
Oh wow, you can hold both?
So her max henchman is 5, and she
Oh
has 3
shit. Oh.
So Calamar, he looks at her and he goes, and he opens up his gem pouch and he goes, let me give you, and he reaches in and gives another aquamarine. Use this just in case. Just in case. And
Asher.
And I have a little bit more if you need it. Come over here if you need it. But, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, give me one.
Ash.
Oh my god, or maybe serious. Oh my god.
Asher, takes and says, thank you so much. And she says, I really hope this goes okay. Sometimes, being a gray elf, I don't know, people don't like me very much. Just because, gray elves are awesome, and, it makes them uncomfortable how great we are.
I know, but you know how people are. I mean,
And she nods and she says, okay, I'm gonna go try it. She's gonna walk in. She's gonna be able to get to Varen, and she waves. And she like spins a circle and waves at everybody and says, "Hi guys, hi."
You kind of are in the fairy space.
My bad. She'll move.
I know she's really small, hard to see. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I have to do checks and stuff like that, so...
So yeah, she'll move by Varen. I'll make this square bigger so I can see it. All right. And she spins in a circle. She's like, "Hi guys, hi."
Oh,
She's like,
hi, Asher, says Varen. We were just discussing the terms of our disassembly. Because I, unfortunately, have to leave the group.
she kind of frowns and says, "How come?"
Well, since I'm no longer on the adventure to restore the wonder back to Mingdao, Ushas has requested that I return to Mingdao in order to usher in her next incarnation.
And she kind of, cocks her head to the side and says, "But I thought she couldn't be incarnated until the Wonder was back."
That's true, but apparently it's written in the stars that you and the Order of the Superior Star will succeed.
Asher shrugs and nods and says, "That sounds right." And she says, "We've run into some trouble though. 'Cause
Oh?
since you left, and Gromnar left, she kind of sits in a bar stool
And I see.
in the center square. Yeah, we lost, Cirrus went his own way, and Luther went his own way, and so she sits in the bar stool in her square and kind of kicks back against the bar, and she's playing it cool. She said, "I just don't see how we can go on the way we are."
Why? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm pretty good at hiding and hurting things that way, and we've got some people who can use some magic, and that's good, but we don't really have anyone who can stand up in a face-to-face fight, and I'm just worried that, it's written in the stars, and that's nice, but it's hard to see how we could succeed with the skills that we currently have.
Ah.
And she kind of, looks at the ground and looks at the ceiling and says, "Any ideas?"
Well, it would seem that Ushas prefers me to be on your expedition, but I've just lost the drive. I don't have what it takes right now to carry on my own group within the Order of the Superior Star. It's as though
And Asher,
a bit of my soul quit.
and Asher waves and says, "Oh, I get that so much." Like, and she kind of leans forward like she's telling a secret, and she says, "Yeah, I've been leading, my own people, and that's going great. Love them to death, but we've got some new people who are members in their own right, and people keep calling me the leader sometimes, and it's weird and a lot of pressure. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean about being called the leader. As
Oh yeah, of course you do.
Calamar used to call me the leader of the order all the time.
And Asher says, but and she taps her chin like it's just occurring to her. You know, if you came in and, were a follower of mine, then you could participate in our journey, but not be in charge of anyone. And she kind of like taps her temple and says, I don't know.
Oh.
You probably wouldn't be interested in something like that.
Well, what's in it for me?
Behind Baron's back, Jesse goes, 2 thumbs up, like,
and Asher digs in her pocket and says, and pulls out an aquamarine, and she's like, "Huh, I almost forgot I was carrying this." And she flicks it to him, with her thumb and forefinger, just so he can catch it in the air, hopefully. And says,
He catches it, yeah.
Okay. And she says, "Well, you remember all of the treasure that we used to, get together, good times. You keep that, by the way. I don't even need it." And she says, and of course, she looks at his awesome shield and sword and says, "You remember all the magical items. Those would definitely keep coming your way because we want to keep you well stocked for the fight. But more than anything," and she like leans forward and looks him dead in the eye and says, "You would be doing the will of Ushas. Isn't that what's most important?"
He catches the gem, looks at you with a wide-eyed, and raises his index finger as though to say something, and sits there for a minute and thinks very carefully.
come on.
Gray elves inflict -3 to non-elves,
non-elves,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But you were friends before, so you're starting in the hole.
Yeah, I'm giving you +1 because he already knows you. He's adventured with you for quite a long time. And then of course
I put my best moves on him.
and then of course the bonus from the aquamarine. So
Oh, and don't forget, we've got an awesome boat. You can have your own room. You can have your own room if you want it.
Varen goes, Asher, I would be delighted to be your retainer on this quest and any quest you may have in the future.
Oh my god. Asher takes a deep breath, like a shaky breath, but then covers it up with a bright smile and says, "That's great to hear, Varen. I can't wait to go and do the will of Ushas and bring about her next incarnation. I really think we're gonna have a great time together." And she slaps him on the back.
Yes, Asher.
My god.
Yes. Oh, Salty, you've never met Baron.
Oh my god.
A dream. He is a dream. Jesse, were you here for the very tail end of Baron, or?
Nope.
Oh, then we have two of you about to, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yes. Would leave Gromnar in the dust when.
He was our heavy.
Yeah, he was. Now, when I say he leaves Gromnar in the dust, I'm not insulting Gromnar. That's just how good Baron is.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Like Gromnar was coming up.
Moving on up.
Oh my god.
I cannot feel it.
Oh.
All right. So Varen Blazeborn, the Asherus has joined Asher. Asher, you can see he has Asherus racial abilities. So the trumpet blare is something. Asherus sometimes fight in groups called flights. Members of flight blow mighty trumpets as they enter battle. So that forces a morale check. He can do that alone, but he can't do Burning Wind alone.
Yeah, I
Okay.
figured that.
And then he has magic resistance. He can cast True Seeing like 3 times a day, Polymorph Self twice a day, and Detect Lie a certain amount of times per day. And that's pretty much all of his abilities. And he has the first level of Kung Fu, which does raise his sword attacks by 1, and it also lowers his AC by 1. So that's how he hits negative AC.
Yeah.
As you can see, his AC is negative 10. That is the most powerful AC you can have as a player character, period. Get any better than that.
Wow. Still stunned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
behind Baron's head, Jazzy is there, and she's giving a dance. She's going, woo, the dance, and she's dancing, and she's spinning around. All this stuff behind Baron's head.
You can probably see that his HP is a little wanting. He's not like the tankiest tank there was. But as far as AC goes, and his potential for damage,
Yeah.
it's second to none. Pretty much. I'm pretty glad we chose him.
Amazing.
It's, and then
That
you know,
would be anyone's number 1 choice. If anybody knew anything about these characters, everyone would choose Baron.
Is he-
Tensley's Aldi, a stranger off the street, they would choose Baron.
Is Varen like an ex player or an ex NPC?
X
Player, yeah.
PC. Yeah.
Nuns, I think everyone in this room, or except for the nuns and the bar workers, I think everyone in this room is an ex-player.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, all of them. Yeah. Except for the nuns and the, yeah. Okay, so that's it for Asher. Zaldi.
Yes, we can travel again.
I'm going to continue to work on my common with anyone that's near me. The only one that's near me at this time is Durana. And who's this individual right here?
It's Calamar.
Lamar.
Oh,
It's funny that the two that he likes that he can speak with are the people who are the dark elves.
that is pretty
I love
cool.
that.
I'll go over to Calamar and I start, working on my common again. Calamar, hello. My name is Zaldi. Zaldi Granite Stone. I ride a camel to Oh, I'm lost. Hey, how did you say today? In common?
Um, today.
Oh, I ride a camel today. Then that will that would end my round and my turn, DM.
You see a Calamar's face light up. He's like, "Oh my gosh, Baldy, you're getting really, really good."
It's
Thank
pretty fun
you.
RP.
Yeah, it is really fun.
Okay,
It's kind of fun like this when Boogie Will was learning common.
703, Calamar and Company.
Calamar's like, he says, Zoldy, we gotta go in here. We're gonna meet everybody we've ever met. Yay! And he runs, and in fact, everybody runs in to the inn. And Calamar runs in, Toronto runs in, Boogie Will runs in, and Olivia runs in.
No,
Oh yeah.
no St. Luther?
He forgot. Yeah, you forgot. Well, just dropping the and St. Luther comes in, and immediately they break in 5 different directions. So Calamar comes over here and starts to talk to White Druid and Dion. Tarana goes over to Ceres. Boogie Will goes over to Gromnar. Who else is there? Is there anybody else that I'm supposed to know? Who is this?
I think you said that Stater.
Zader. We'll get Olivia up there. And St. Luther, he'll go over next to Jesse and talk to the things. But only one version of talk we get involved in right now is with Calamar. And he runs over and says, Calamar, Dion, how great to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. What happened? So what's been going on? What's going on with you?
To who?
Dion and Brian Druid.
Brian Druid says, I've been okay. I've been flying around the desert, looking for small blue dragons to prey on, and I ran across Dion when I found this town, and decided to catch up. Right, Dion? And Dion like, yes, that is correct.
So Calamar goes, oh wow, we've been busy too, as you can imagine. We're still wondering, we're still trying to, we're gonna, on this mission from Ushas, okay, we're gonna try to make the artifact come up here. I don't fully understand it. I know it's super important though. So that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Yes, I heard the artifact is to the south of here in the Red Desert, which is filled with pyramids, which are the tombs of old kings of the desert kingdom of uh, uh, um, tin. What was it called? Tin Tintabula. And Dion has told me how you and the Order of the Superior Star have sacked another tower.
Yeah, we've done some fighting. Not my favorite thing, but
Okay.
know how to get to the place in the south where you said that artifact was? You've flown around. Can you get there?
I would assume that you would walk south.
That's a pretty safe strategy if something's in the south. Yeah.
As far as the actual location, I do not know.
Neither do we. On does, I think. But so we're following on.
That's good.
See, on got his levels back, so he's the Grand Druid again.
Oh, that's good. What about from? Oh yeah. That's unfortunate.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Uh, on kind of comes around the edge of the building. Parks right in front of the window. And this is Camel. Bloop, right in front of the door. Next up is Tinsy. The fruit salad and eggs, they go down real nice with that milk. And they give you a nice full sensation in your belly.
Awesome. I see that apparently some of the party knows the people here, so I won't interrupt their reunion. But I will go and walk over to the nuns and I'll ask if I'll say it's kind of surprising to see them at the inn.
Oh yes, we heard word that many new people have arrived in town, and as it is our duty to maintain the law at any assembly, we have come to the Oyeshi Inn, this fine establishment, to maintain the law within these walls. Make sure that the only violence in town is that which may occur at the Colosseum.
Oh, so then you're not looking for anyone specific. You're just here to keep the peace.
Yes, plus it has been a while since the last spirit bomb, and we, as a group, have decided to be on high alert for the next one because I think it has been over 2 months. Perhaps because your party has been in the city.
Right. perhaps. And I take my leave, and I'll just go over and talk to and have a little chat with.
Have a little chat with who?
Gromnar.
Gromnar.
It's early in the morning, so I assume you're too drunk yet.
No, Gromnar not drunk yet. Gromnar, just thinking about getting drunk. How are you today, Tenzi?
I am doing well. I'm glad to see you here. Have you decided about joining the game? Have you tried going into the games yet at the Coliseum?
Yeah, I won the title of Deacon a couple months ago, Saturday. I'm supposed to go north. Gromnar is supposed to go north to this place that we passed through called Bodega. It is at the southern edge of Castle Downs and is the gateway to Aperciba, or at least to the land of Nod from the north, because the wall goes from the sea to the mountains. And Gromnar agreed that would be a good place for Gromnar's keep. Plus, Gromnar already seen the inside, and it is very nice place. I like it a lot.
Well, congratulations on winning and becoming a deacon. I hope that things work out well for you at the bodega.
I'm sure, Gromnar sure the things will work out because there are a lot of other humanoids around there, like kobolds and lizard folk and stuff who can fill Gromnar's armies.
Wow, yeah, that's a good plan.
Yeah.
That'll be the.
That'll be what?
I'm sorry, that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Sorry.
Asher and company.
So I forgot to move him last time, but Caranglor is doing as Asher asked him to, and he is jogging back toward the boat.
Arahil flies with him.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Always
Lands on
forget
top
about
of one of the
poor
masts.
Archil. And Caranglor is going to come to Goki and says to her, hey, there's some iron golems in town. It looks like they're looking for somebody. I don't know if it's you guys, but, sorry, it's Caranglor. He says, there are iron golems in the town. They're looking for someone. Asher has asked me to make sure you and your family get below decks as soon as possible.
They nod and step below decks.
With his remaining movement, Caranglor is going to head back forward where Asher went. He's going to end up there.
Oh, Monley. Okay. It was 2 girls and 2 boys, right? Ngoki, Monley, Kumtu, and Kadede. Okay. Alright.
Antar's going to finally get off his camel. I'm just going to come inside and have a seat with St. Luther. And Asher's continuing to smile at Varen and say, "I'm so glad we were able to. I'm so glad you're going to be joining us again."
Yes, I really did miss the Order of the Superior Star and how powerful we once were all together.
Asher kind of looks into the distance and says, "Speaking of, maybe I can get us a little more help." And she kind of nods and pats him on the shoulder as she walks by him.
Go get 'em, boss.
Yeah, I am a root for Asher today.
And she sits next to Brian Druid and Calamar, and says, "Brian Druid, it's been forever."
Yes, it has been, over, I think, somewhere, around, 11 or 12 weeks since, I saw you last.
Must have seen all kinds of new things since we parted ways.
Yes, mostly, from a distance though, but, I've been trying to hunt, blue dragons, young blue dragons, since then, and, well, with no luck. But, at least, I found my way here and, found, Dion and, the rest of you.
And she looks concerned at him and says, "You mean you haven't gotten to get a lot of close-up information like you used to when you were with us?"
No, I've, been, sort of, not, around people, very, very much until, entering this establishment. I've, been all alone in, the wilderness, and, well, it's been, rather boring, actually. I'm ready to, go back and kick some ass again, hopefully.
Oh, you always were great at kicking ass and eating it, if, as I recall. Or not. Oh, wow, that came out wrong. And eating people, as I recall.
Yes, eating ass, is something that, I've always excelled at, especially drow.
Calamar starts giggling.
Asher says, "Oh, man. I bet you'd be really good if you got back in there." And under the table, she kind of pokes Calamar in the thigh and puts her hand out with her palm up. That's gonna be Asher's turn.
Remember that I did give you a 1,500 chance opportunity the last time so that you didn't actually,
No, she gave it to him.
I know, but then I gave you one today, so you should have had two.
Oh, I didn't know you had it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you'd given me another one.
Yeah, I gave you.
But-
Well, am I remembering it correctly? That was what I did, right? Yeah. Well, if not, I'll.
Yeah, Gromnar has that one.
Okay.
Oh, she gave him a potion.
Oh, that's
But
right.
maybe that was that for the docking fee, Calamar?
Oh, yeah, that was for the docking fee.
No, she gave 800 for the docking fee, and then you were low on money, so she gave you an aquamarine.
I totally forgot about that. Okay, well, so she's not gonna do that then. Okay, so she still has one. My mistake.
I would give you one. That is it.
Oh, I know you would.
Okay.
I As a player, I feel bad. I think Asher wouldn't.
Asher wouldn't what?
Feel too bad about taking all kinds of money from Calamar.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Calamar doesn't mind either. He figures, well, we need it. We need them. Yes. Here, buy them, please.
so Asher.
Plus,
like,
you know that Asher's good for it too.
So Asher kind of digs into her pocket again and says, she holds an aquamarine gem up to the light, like kind of letting it sparkle and being like she's looking through it, and says, yeah, plus remember all of that treasure we used to collect. I know how you like treasure.
His eyes start to sparkle as he looks at the aquamarine that you hold up to the light, and his serpentine tongue slips out from between his teeth and sort of sticks out and sort of licks on the edges of the stone in your hand, and he draws his tongue back into his mouth real quick and sort of like snaps out of this momentary hypnosis, and he says,
Sorry, that was the dragon in me. Again, I do like treasure a lot. Especially sparkly treasure, like gems and gold.
She holds it out a little closer to him and says, here, for old time's sake. And it really is too bad you haven't gotten out there. And then her face lights up like she's just had the most brilliant idea. And she says, oh, if you're not doing anything, join us again. You could, be part of, my henchmen. She holds out the aquamarine to him.
What's in it for me?
And she, waves her hand and says, oh, you know the deal. You get plenty of treasure. You get magical items. You get to eat some drow. And she looks at Calamar and says, no offense. and and she says, you can learn more about the world, and hopefully we'll find more information about your lost mother. Who knows what might happen, but you being out there not having any contact with people, that's just unacceptable.
Yes, I am a very sociable person. I just not very experienced. So, but
We just got this boat. I don't know if you've ever been on a boat, but that could be a new experience for you.
Oh, I've never spent any time on any watercraft before. Let's see.
and he goes into that weird daze again, and kind of lets his tongue come out and licks the gem, and he pulls it out of your hand with his tongue, and it slips into his mouth, and he kind of looks off into a daze. And
I forgot he eats gems.
Yeah, I'd forgotten too. But it's kind of cute, really. And it should be worth
Adorable.
more than anything else. It's count twice as much, at least. Maybe 3 times as much.
So I am giving you a bonus because he knows you. And then you get the bonus for the aquamarine, and then there is the penalty of -3 for your race. So hopefully you'll roll well like you did last time with Varen. You are being very friendly to him. and he sort of snaps out of the daze, and his tongue comes back out of his mouth with the gem in it, and he sort of rolls over onto his side, and he pets the scales on his belly up towards his head, so that they kind of ruffle up and outward. And his tongue plants the gem underneath one of his scales, and he pets them all back down.
Okay, that's what he does with them.
And he says,
I suppose it would be appropriate to go along with you as your retainer, because, well, I enjoyed being with you in the Order of the Superior Star so much before, and I am oh so lonely, and I want to see my old friends again.
Asher hugs him around the neck and says, "We're so excited to have you back." My God,
he nods, he nods, and lets out this wide, toothy grin. And Zaldi and company.
Okay. I will go up to the counter. And I'll wait for the guy to come over. The bartender or waiter, whatever.
Yeah,
his title is.
Oyeshi comes over, and he says, "What can I get you?"
Oh, let's try this out. I would like to have fungus salad and Roth steak. Do you have that?
You say August salad and Roth steak?
No, fungus. Like, I think they call it musclooms. Yeah, musclooms.
Oh, mushrooms.
Yes.
We have mushrooms. The kind that grows on the cow shit. They are good.
Okay, yes. Can you make that into a stew?
We are frying only this morning. Frying and boiling.
Did you fry up the mushrooms for me? That sounds delicious, actually.
Yes. But these mushrooms are a bit expensive.
Oh,
They are 1 silver per pound.
Jesus. Oh, whew. Okay. I will do. I'm a small guy, so
One-
I'll do a
1 pound is
a
about 2
pound then, if
cups.
you don't mind.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
1 pound is about 2 cups. It should fill you up.
I'll take that, sir. Hope I said that right. Yes.
Yes, you may call me sir, or Oyeshi, if you like.
Oh, Oishi. Oh yeah. Oishi. That's your name in common,
Oh,
Oishi?
Oyeshi, 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 Oyeshi.
Oishi.
As he starts singing it, that Boogie Won't can't help it. Oh yeah, she, oh yeah, she.
That's a wonderful.
Really bad. Got no voice for singing whatsoever.
Oh, and now
Oh,
in my
yeah.
turn, I'll wait for the fried
Oh
mushrooms.
yeah. 1 pound fried mushrooms for the pinhead. I mean the pointy head.
Is that a compliment? I think that was a yeah, pointy head. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah.
The man
What
with
does
the
that mean?
pointy hat. Time now 7:04 a.m. June 2nd, 11:85. First up, Calamar and Company.
It's like looking at Asher and he feeling like so proud because like she's got Vera and Brian Druid. Holy cow! And so he takes a look around and he looks, you know, he sees all the people there and he sees his people, Tensi and Zaldi are sitting off, and so um, Calamar looks around and wonders, are any of these low level enough that one of them could get Dion and perhaps who the guy Olivia is talking to up here?
Well, from what you know, Anbu wasn't with you guys for terribly long. Neither was Zion.
Okay.
And yeah, Dion is multi-classed. Wait,
He was a wizard priest, wasn't he? Oh, sorry. That was. I shouldn't say that.
yeah, I think he's a half-elf cleric mage. Let me check.
Okay, so if he sees somebody, thinks,
Oh. Okay, he is a priest of Isis. That's right. Which isn't actually supposed to happen. He is the only known male priest of Isis.
okay.
Anthony.
So Calamar is going to go over to Tenzi first, I guess, and going to say to him in a low voice, there's Tenzi. Says, hey Tenzi, if you're looking for someone to follow you around, this bar is like a sweet spot. I mean, you've got Zion over there, and I forget his name. Over here,
Anbu, Dion.
Anbu, yeah, Anbu.
One Vader.
Oh, Thader.
Yeah, Thader, that's right.
Thader. That these people would probably be amenable to you, you know, to being your follower. Maybe you might want to try.
Retainer.
Retainer. Yeah.
No, thank you for the suggestion. I'm glad you came by actually, because I wanted to give you, and he brings out 35 platinum pieces, and gives it to her, and says, as long as I'm a member of the group, I should pay my fair share towards the docking fee for the ship. So I will give her 35 platinum pieces.
Whoa.
And then, like, wow, she looks down at the 35 platinum pieces and she goes, wow. You know, yeah, if you feel you need to, but I'm worried about you, Tenzi. Do you have enough? Do you have
Yep.
some gold and stuff left?
I still have some, yes.
Calamar, Uncle Moneybags.
It's really interesting because I just went below the level. I said, well, after this level, there's going to be, you know, going to be a little bit less likely to land. But she looks and says, how about this? How about we split this? And we each take, well, I'll take 17 and you take 18. Here we go. And she gives you 18 back. 18
Okay.
platinum pieces back. Says, you're gonna try to find us your follower. Like, Zion is a great fighter. Seder, I forgot what Seder was. What was he?
Fighter. He's a berserker fighter. He uses bastard sword.
You know, if you need somebody who's got your back, either one of those guys.
Yeah, that is great advice. I will consider that.
And then he looks around and tries to see Zaldi, and
Okay.
Oh, and other for real quick, I figure that we'll hop over to Toronto because Toronto is talking to Sarah, and he goes, "Well, I see your cockatrice is full grown, and I see you're not stoned, so I think that constitutes a win."
Yes, that's a win.
So you have a pet cockatrice now, huh?
Sort of. For now, it's because all I do is win.
Well, yeah, apparently. And she's looking at it, and she's eyeing his the feather in his tail, and wondering, is that something you want to hide then?
Are you thinking about plucking my cockatrice's scroll writing feather? Because that's the whole reason why I raised him is for that feather. Because I want to make scrolls that are have to do with stone to flesh and petrification and stuff like that.
And Trana looks at Sarah and goes, I wasn't, well, I did see his tail feather, but trust me, I wasn't planning or thinking or even dreaming about.
Because I saw it on your face. It sort of flashed. It flashed across your face momentarily, like your eyes literally lit up inside your skull.
Uh,
You're not thinking of backstabbing me now, are you? There it goes. It just crossed your mind. But that's only because I said it.
I didn't think a thing about any of this until you brought it up, Sarah.
Does you want like does you want something? Can I get you an egg? You want one of Godfrey's eggs? I found out he's actually female. You want cuz they're unfertilized.
Unfertilized, you said?
Yes. You want some he is a she, he's a hen. Godfrey's a hen.
So if it's unfertilized, it won't grow up to be a cockatrice, right?
As far as I know, that's physically impossible.
Yeah, I was all excited about eggs, but if it won't grow into a cockatrice, what the hell? Why would I want one? So,
Yeah.
I see Sarah's nice of you to offer, but I
It is.
don't need any.
It is breakfast time. They're very high in protein.
I can imagine.
It's what a growing drought needs.
And Tron is now looking for an excuse. Oh, I think I see calamar over there. Bye.
Are you sure? Because there's lots of protein over here.
She's gone. Sarah, how we missed you.
Okay.
I really have. I really do.
On
I really do.
on comes
I
in.
know, but apart from being very excited about getting these henchmen, it also makes me really sad about Bay's son James.
It really is sad.
What do you mean?
Oh, it just makes me miss them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what I miss too.
Like on some level, as long as their characters like aren't henchmen, like a little bit of it seems like they might come back.
Yeah. On comes in and sits down with the table of nuns, and says something that makes them giggle. Anyone in the room can roll detect noise if you wish.
Asher's going to. Oh,
Center the
Really?
first of all characters. Yeah.
I really need to put some
Everybody
skills
can
into that
do
one.
Anybody can do that.
I put like no points into that one.
Yeah. Just like Jesse, she put everything in pickpocket and nothing in anything else. I'm like, okay. I got a real good. I can pickpocket and beat the band.
You know, I'm getting real tired of coming around here every morning. This is bullshit. Just give us the baby back already. The DCFS has all that information. Everything on the lawn. I'm gonna call the cops. We should be the ones calling the cops. Kidnapping is worse than trespassing. Just hand us the baby. I'll go back to our lives.
I'm sorry, Josh. You were saying that was not a success for me. I've misunderstood what you were saying before.
Okay. All right. Tenzi. So, out of all these characters, it looks like your best bets are Zion and Thader. Everyone else is too high level. If you're interested in recruiting someone as a retainer.
I am considering.
You know, you have to split your gold and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no pressure. I don't think I had my first ones until like level 6 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at her now.
Is it my turn already?
No, it's Tenzi's turn.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to not try those two. I need a little base of money and such. I mean, I don't even have any magic items yet. So it's like, so I'm gonna just wait. I think for that.
Okay.
That might not be a bad call because you can get lots of loot when you're by yourself and someone follows.
Yeah, the reason I keep coming to Calamar for money is because he has money from before he got followers.
Right. Right. So yeah, but I think I'm going to pass on those selections. And I don't. And I'm just gonna continue just watching what's going on here, trying to learn. Oh, I know. I want to talk to his Varen character because he mentioned Lucius, and obviously that subject dear to me. So I'm just gonna come over and sit at the bar here and just kind of listen for now. What he has said about her, and that'll be the end of my turn for now.
Okay, so he's talking to this crew that's with him. They're all dressed kind of like pirates for some reason. The PC liked the idea that his character would wear a tricorn hat whenever he was in human form, because he can polymorph for a couple hours at a time or something. And or not a couple hours, but a few turns at a time. And So I just kind of took it a step further and had him dress like a pirate and his mates too, because the ranks of their race are naval ranks anyways. So it makes perfect sense to me that that's for some reason they would dress like sailors or something. Because they have like ensign, it goes like ensign, lieutenant, captain, or something like that. And it goes, or no, ensign, lieutenant, and then commander. And a commander has a flight. I think lieutenant has a squadron, and he's an ensign right now, so he has I forget what it's called, a flight, not a flight. Is it a flight? Flight commander, wing commander. So you're a commander of a wing, lieutenant, or a captain of a squadron, and an ensign of a flight. So he has a flight now. And the number of followers goes up and up and up depending on your rank. So right now, it was like a 2d6 roll for his flight, and I rolled 4. So he only has 4. He could have had 12, which that would have been really a lot of powerful characters. I think if I had done that, they all would have started at level 1. So I started them at level 8 because there were only 4 of them, because that's what level he was the level before he got them. So if they ever got to level 9, they would leave, and another level 1 character would start after that. So, but anyways, I digress. So Varen now is talking to his flight about not going to Mingdao, but to Tintabula with the Order of the Superior Star. They're old friends, and he has to bid them adieu. And they can do whatever their pursuits, require of them, because they all follow Ushas as well. They're proxies of Ushas. So basically, like angels, pretty much like angels. So that's what they're talking about. Anything else for Tenzi?
Nope.
Okay, Asher and company.
Asher is she hugs Brian Druid for like another 15 seconds, so that it gets a little bit uncomfortable.
Did I show everyone Brian Druid's bio?
Yes.
Okay.
She hugs him just long enough for it to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, his birthday's coming up. He's almost a year old.
Wow. And she sits back down in her seat, and she just puts her elbows on the table and holds her head in her hands, and she's just smiling and humming along to the Oeshisan song.
Oh yeah.
Karen Laura is going to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Is
Oh
going to
yeah.
be heading back
She's it. Okay. Next up is Zaldi.
Waiting on my stew. And I'm going to continue
All
to
right.
practice with my common.
So the server comes up with a plate that has a bunch of sautéed mushrooms on it, and a fork, a knife, and a salt shaker and pepper shaker, and sits them down in front of you, and they're still sizzling when he brings them up to you. Some of them have nice dark like blackened almost parts of them, and it looks like they were fried in butter because they're all very soft looking, very, very wet, and they've all shrunk down since you saw them raw. Considerably. Very considerably. Mushrooms carry a lot of water.
Well, I hope this is the proper way to thank someone. You're welcome. You're welcome. And I'll nod my head and I'll start to eat.
The server says, "Thank you. You are welcome. Thank you.
Oh.
You are welcome."
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
No, you say thank you to me, then I say you are welcome to you.
Oh,
And then when you give me the money, I say thank you to you, and you say you are welcome to me. And then
okay.
you give me an extra gold coin as a tip, and I further go on to say thank you for the tip, and you go on to say you are welcome.
Okay, so I'll give him I'll say thank you to me, and I'll give him the silver.
He's shrewd.
You are welcome.
Okay, and I'll give him a gold. Thank you.
Thank
to
you.
Me.
Thank you. And he takes
You.
the gold. He takes the silver.
I give him the gold. For the food is delicious. And thank you again.
You are welcome again. And he takes the gold and he says, "Thank you for the tip."
You're welcome. I think.
Very
Yes, You're
good.
welcome for the tip.
That is good. That is good. And he walks
I'll
away.
end my turn.
Quickly walks away. With the gold and silver coin. And you can see that he bites both of them on the way over to the fire.
Okay.
And he puts them in his pouch. Anything else from Zaldi?
I will complete my turn.
Okay, 705. Calamar and Company.
Calamar looks at Toronto and they give a knowing nod. They both heard the noise. And Calamar looks at her and, basically, without saying words, says, "Listen and see what else he says." And then slowly he wanders over to Salty. Oh, and Salty. Hey, how the eggs?
Eggs. Oh, these are eggs? I thought they were mushrooms.
They're mushrooms. They're mushrooms.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay.
Room. Like a room for mushrooms.
Mushrooms. A room of mush. Yes.
So,
They're delicious.
I tell you something, Salty. If you're looking to get a follower, you might be able to get one. You might be able to go over there to Seder. I really don't know what level they are.
Well,
But,
Tirana, if it means anything, Tirana, I haven't really proven myself to the group. I would like to show my self-worth first before I add on another individual. And plus, I mean, you've been the one that's been taking care of me. So I would like to, like I said, do my part first. And then if you feel that I am a benefit to the group, then I will seek another what you call them, followers. Yeah, I would see if someone would like to follow me then, but I would like to prove my worth first.
Keller says, "Aw, sweet." Reaches over and like mushes your hair. Says, "All right,
wait. Can you? Would you like trying a mushroom? A mushroom?
Yeah. I'll try a mushroom.
Give her some off my fork.
He pops one off. And he said, "Is it good?" He says good.
Delicious. Delicious.
That is good. Yum. We ought to see if somebody's got some mushrooms for us to take with us so we can, that way we have, on the boat we'll have some tasty food.
They're kind of expensive. I talked to Uye, and he said that it's a silver piece for a pound, plus a gold piece for a tip. So it's a silver piece plus a gold piece for 2 cups of mushrooms.
She looks, Calamar looks at you. He goes, "Oh, honey, I bet we could get a better deal than that."
Really? That would be. Oh my god, that'd be so cool because. Oh, that'd be excellent because I love the taste of mushrooms. It reminds me of home. If we can get just some, I don't know, a bag full of mushrooms, that'd be cool if that's possible.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
That's what But Tarana, I've noted, is listening, and if anything else comes up, then she's the first person to get
Okay. On sees some people appear at the door, and he says, maybe we should take this party outside so that these new guests can come in and eat. This place is getting crowded already. And the nuns say,
Yes, that is a good idea. We will join you.
and the nuns, one by one, slip out the door with On. And you can see some people talking outside, 2 of which are right next to the door, kind of facing away from it. They seem to be wearing field plate mail, and both of them are female. One is holding a maul. The other one, shield and I think mace. And these people are decked out like adventurers. So it must be the arena guest fighters. Okay. Next up is Tenzi.
All right. I'm gonna walk over to Asher and apologize for interrupting, and tell her also that as a member of the group, I should pay my fair share for the docking fee. Give her 35 platinum pieces.
Asher sad and looks at him and says, that's very kind of you, but I mean you're so new. I wouldn't want to, take your wages when you're just getting started. No, I'm fine. You can keep it, but if you are insisting though, I would give it to Calamar. I borrowed quite a bit of money from him.
So perhaps you can you can give it to Calamar as part of your repayment of your debt, then, if you would like.
She, you know, cocks her head to the side and says, "That's very nice." And she takes the platinum. You said 35 platinum.
Yep.
And she says, "That's very kind of you. Thank you." And she says, "Have a seat. Have you met Brian Druid?"
I have not.
Oh, yeah, he used to travel with us a few months ago. He's a baby gold dragon, and we were out. He was looking for his mother. His dad's famous. Tell him all about yourself, Brian Druid.
It's a long story, somewhat depressing too, but it all starts in the great below. My mother looks beautiful. That was my first thought. After I broke the walls of my shell. Of course, I had heard her voice already before in my mind, telling me things, preparing me for much more vast world compared to the safe shell I had resided previously. My mother told me of the world, of the beauty of its life. She also told of evil and how my father, Belisar the Bold, is keeping it in bay, opposing an evil dragon lord. He is the last surviving gold dragon from the Great War of the Fourth Eon. As I was getting older, I understood why we were in the Great Below. Had we been out there, forces of evil would have targeted me and my mother because of my father. He is a true champion for good. I wish to follow in his footsteps when I grow up. I learned on how to take another form to blend in, but my mother cautioned me to not use my ability to do so, unless absolutely necessary, as until I will be strong enough, I may forget who I really am. The first time I met my father was a rush. He is so big and shiny, much bigger than my mother. I love my father. He showed me how to fly and how to fight, saying it will prepare me for the world. As where there is goodness, there is also evil, and with evil, talk and reasoning will not always save the day. Few of his many advices on diplomacy, his don't hit at all if it is honorably possible to avoid hitting, but never hit soft. And the supreme art of war is to win without fighting. Flying is awesome, and I wish I would be able to stay on the world above, but I understand why my parents want me to stay in the great below for now. My mother is missing, and I fear for the worst. She could have been slain or captured. The contingencies my mother and father put in place will close my mother's lair so that only she can open it up. I need to find my mother, hopefully alive. If she has perished, then I have to create my own lair. I will travel in Great Below and seek to unearth the fate of my mother. I will help those in need of help during my travels as my father would too. It is time for the Great Below to meet Brian Druid, and since then, much has occurred, especially with the Order of the Superior Star, bringing me to the desert, of course, after a long adventure in the Great Below.
Asher elbows Tensi and says, "What I tell you, compelling stuff, right?"
Yeah. But sad, too. I hope there's
Yeah.
something we can help you find your mother.
It would be nice. Perhaps one of these days, we will make our way back into, the Great Below.
And Tenzi nods sympathetically, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, next up is Asher and company.
Asher says, well, I'm gonna get this to Calamar, I'll be right back. And she's going to... Oh, sorry. I'm always looking for Calamar because he doesn't have a nameplate. There he is. Okay, so she's gonna kind of like elbow her way across the room and pour 35 platinum into his palm and say, Tenzi gave me this as his share of the docking fee. He wouldn't take no for an answer, and I mean, I owe you some cash, so yeah. She shrugs.
Calamar looks at her and says, well, I want you to have money. Do you have enough money?
Asher says, I think we're probably gonna leave soon. Money doesn't come in that much handy on the road, and she smiles a big toothy grin and says, and I bet we're gonna be coming across some more treasure soon.
I bet we will. Okay, I'll take the money, but if you need any, you know, I have it, so.
He nods. She's just gonna turn back to her seat with Brian Druid and Tenzi. And just kind of shoot the shit. Nothing important. She's pretty much accomplished everything she wants to.
Okay. Next up, Zaldi.
I'm going to finish my fried mushrooms and that was really delicious. It reminds me of home. The grease, wherever he cooked it in was kind of different, but everything else was, oh my god, delicious. My hat goes off to the shelf and the shelf. Chef, yes, shelf. Yeah. Now, take my
The
helm
chef,
off and-
yes, that is me. He is biting a gold coin.
It was excellent. The food was excellent. Thank you again. I pat my chest to do a burp. Oh. Whew.
He gets a
Reminds
big
me of
smile.
home.
Big smile on his face.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she's it.
Mushrooms good. And I'll wait for Callie to make his move, and then I'll get off with Callie.
Okay. All right. So time now 7:06. All right. A dubious group moves into the room. What seems to be a cleric with a maul and I believe field plate mail, and her other cleric friend with shield and flail. It's a flail, not a mace. And their retainers as well move in. Freeman Aperciban, what appears to be a female drow. Human female dressed as a rogue. And another human female dressed as a warrior. In plate mail of her own. I think it's plate mail. And the female warrior is the last one to move in. And she says, with a loud, screeching voice,
have to kill to get some service around here.
And kind of scares this guy cooking by the fire. And he like sort of scrambles over and says, "Yes, can I take your orders?" And they'll order beer and whatever for breakfast, the peppered fruit salad and eggs and goat's milk. And they order bread for the table as well. And he nods and takes their money, comes over here to get their salads and milks, brings them to the table, and scoops out a bunch of eggs into bowls and brings them over to him. And after a minute, it seems like maybe they were hangry, because they sort of mellow out. Each one looked a little on edge. Particularly the ones not in armor, because you can actually see their faces. This redheaded Panoplian woman and the Sabersteven man here, dressed as a freeman wizard of sorts.
She trashed my house and kicked in my bed, so yeah. That's a good day. I swear to found her in my closet trying on shoes. She lost hers.
Yeah, he's dressed as a mage. And they start digging in. Okay, next up is Calamar and company.
Calamar says, well, alright, I guess I'm gonna go now. Bye. Bye. Come on, guys. Nice to see everybody. Sarah, hiya, bye. Wanna go. And walks out. There's something about that.
So this, right before you make it past, this female drow, she reaches out and grabs your wrist and says,
Where are you going, little one?
Calamar looks at her and says, oh, a fellow drow. Hi, where are you from?
Where do you think?
I mean, like, Tianjin or somewhere else?
Of course I'm from Zintinzian.
Oh, that must be very exciting.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do. She's right here. This is Tirana.
Do you do group things?
Tirana steps up. She looks at her and she goes, no, we don't. And she takes Calamar by the hand and proceeds to start dragging him out.
How much for your meal for one night?
Yeah, she ignores her.
Hey! Don't ignore me. Come back here.
Keep ignoring her. Trying to get out there.
And she stands up and she comes outside. She sees like all the nuns and she's like, she gets this oh shit look on her face. And she goes back inside.
Good. So I really, you know, Calamar's feeling really guilty now. Salty. He should have worn salty. This one is bad. Okay. No, he's going to go and get on his mounts and go. He's ready to go by now. Bye. He mounts up Trump.
Okay, all you gotta do.
Olivia will share a ride with John. Okay.
Are you guys gonna sail out of the mountains into the desert and then get on your camels, or are you going to actually walk out of the mountains, which would take
I say
forever?
sail as far as we can.
Okay.
Then we have a safe place to leave the camels.
Yeah.
Well.
And the elephant.
Yeah. We have plenty of food on the boat, too.
Okay. Next up is On, who's just telling jokes to the nuns, making them giggle. Tenzi and company.
Seeing Calamar leave
In a hurry.
in a hurry, I will follow suit.
It was really funny because it seemed like he was going to stand there and talk, but Toronto dragged him out. It's like, hell to the no.
He doesn't do
That-
group stuff.
So I moved. Can I climb my camel now? And just I can't move again? Is that how that works?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I will climb onto the camel. I'm assuming these are like semi-trained, so I don't have to worry about getting spit at.
They're trained for rider, but like some camels don't like certain people, and they'll spit on them.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's not like he's gonna spit on you.
All right. We've got a rapport going, so I don't have to worry about that.
Kind of, I guess. You know, it's aware that you're not familiar with riding camels. And, you know, kind of takes advantage of that.
Okay. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Asher and company.
Oh, I want to back on something real quick because I was behaving as if you could put 2 to a camel as long as but you had to like take their weight into account. Is it just 1 person per camel?
No, you can have 2 riders per camel.
Okay,
That's
cool.
fine.
I was hoping that was the case.
You do have to
Yep.
take their weight into account. But camels, they hold so much weight. You know?
320 before they're encumbered.
Yeah.
Which is like 2 small people.
Yeah.
Alright, so Asher stands up, says, well, I guess that's our cue. And she and her sizable entourage are all gonna head out.
Yeah. As soon as you guys make it outside, Varen changes shape.
Asher, when you were going to help when Mary had a little shock or something, you were going to help him so you had to sit down on the bed.
Oh, that was another out of the Asher. Asher's.
Yeah, oh, a different Asher, okay. But yeah, it lit fire to the bed. We had stood there outside.
That was some classic D&D. Did we cook dinner on it or something? I think we cooked dinner on the mattress fire.
Alright, so Tenzi and Zaldi, you can see the man with the tricorn hat turns into basically an angel with flaming wings. Like this.
That's impressive.
His wings are literally fire. And it works kind of like a jetpack.
Oh, that's really inconspicuous. I think that's a word. Yeah, that is that magic, or is that innate? Is that like something he can normally do?
He looks at you. He looks at you and he goes, "Well, fortunately for you, this is my true form."
I've never seen that before. Are you created, or are you born, or what are you?
I am a proxy of Ushas. I belong to a race known as Asherus, and we are born. We have two sexes, male and female. We believe in righteousness through brute force. And in the afterlife, this is a reflection of that philosophy.
Wow. I'm gonna have to write that down and do more research. We'll be definitely talking more.
Yes, I suppose we shall. On account of how interesting I must seem to you. And he sort of flies off.
That guy's really interesting to me.
Anything else for Asher and company?
That'll be for us.
Okay, Zaldi.
I'm just going to call the rest of the group and head back to the ship, I believe, and that'll be it. In my turn.
Okay. So you guys make it back to the ship. Let's see, I'm just gonna copy Varen and Brindred. Two fast movers join the party. Varen flies at 33, Brindred flies at 40. I think they're both maneuverability class C, which allows them to turn up to 90 degrees per round. When you move them around, please only move them in the 8 compass directions. Don't move them in between those 8, okay?
Can you show me an example of what not to do?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take you guys back to the crossroads real quick. I'll give you a quick tutorial on how to fly at maneuverability class C. Alright, so here's your flyers.
Your voice changer is still on.
Okay.
How about now?
You're good.
All right. So by 8 compass directions, I mean
North, south, east,
north.
west, and the diagonals between.
Yeah, north, south, east, west, and the 4 diagonals: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, like this.
Should there.
So when you're moving either of these characters, at the end of your move, you have to fix your facing to make sure they're facing their direction of travel, and they can't just flying characters don't get a free facing move like grounded characters do. Okay.
But
They can only change their facing on their turn.
okay.
So when you move, you can make your turns at any time during your move. So it could be right away, or at the end of your move, or halfway through, however you want to do it. So let's say Varen right here is flying east. Okay, his little bar thing is facing east. That's where his stick is facing. So he has to travel at least a half move east for him to stay airborne.
Okay.
Which is called a glide. Okay, that's a half move when you're flying. So for him, that's like 16 squares. So I'll put him. Let's say he started flying. He started flying over here. Okay, and he's doing a half move while flying, which is a glide. So it's half your move rounded down for players. So, and he would only have to move that 16 squares in one direction to stay airborne. And he can move up to 90 degrees at any time during his move, so he can move up to 33 squares and then just change his facing 90 degrees to the right or something. So that would look like this. So let's say he does a full move. He moves 33 squares. And at the end of the move, he makes his right turn.
Then he's preparing to go a different direction
Yeah.
next turn.
Yeah. So you don't have to do it that way per se. You can do it anywhere in between if you want.
As long as he goes, as long
long
as
as
he
he
goes
goes
half move in the direction he's facing.
At least a half move in the direction you're facing. Yes. And then
Thank you very
also,
much.
also, if you're only going to make a half move, or if you're making a full move, you can turn anywhere along your line of movement. So, like, let's say you want to move 33 squares, and you want to put a little zigzag in it. Okay, so let's say he moves. Let's say he'll move 10 squares. Okay, and then he turns 45 degrees southeast, and then another 45 degrees to the east. That makes 90 degrees is full turn, and then he does out to 33 squares. Okay, so that's his full movement and 90-degree turns, because he turned 45 degrees once and then again to make that little zigzag. Okay, so you could also go like this. So he's flying east. Okay, he turns 45 degrees, moves a couple more squares, and then 45 degrees again. Okay, he moves his full 16, well, his half move 16, and you have to fix his facing. So you see how he did that? That's still 90 degrees because it's two 45-degree turns. And then he moved at least half his move. So half his move rounded down. 33 divided by 2 rounded down. Or you can
Having
just
an air battle and his opponent is less than half of his move in front of him. Let's say his opponent was here. Would he be able to make an attack and then proceed, or does he need to go that entire distance first?
on his turn he has to move at least the 16. So what you would do is, let's say you're pursuing say you're pursuing a blue dragon. And it's running away from you. Scared or something, I don't know. Find dragon. Actually, here's quicker. This is quicker. You're pursuing a fairy dragon. Okay. It's flying away from you. It's like this far ahead. You win initiative. You come up behind it 11 squares. You actually get back attacks because it can't turn to face you. Because it's not your turn. Or it's not its turn. And then after that, you have to, after you make your attacks or whatever, you have to move an additional 5 squares. So you actually pass it.
Interrupt it and then continue.
Yeah. And then on its initiative, it can move up and make back attacks against you. And then its half move, let's see, that was 3 squares. Its half move would be 12.
If I was smart in that
So,
maneuver, I might have ended his movement by turning 45 degrees, so at most he could get a flank.
Yes.
Or 90 degrees, rather.
Does the 45 also count for going up and down?
No. Gaining altitude does not have anything to do with turning.
Okay, then.
So,
but it does count for squares of movement.
yeah. So every 10 feet of altitude you gain, you take off 10 feet of movement. So, but you still, to remain airborne, you still have to move that 16 squares.
Right. So he could have. So in that example, Varen could have flown up, gained like 3 squares or 4 squares of altitude, then came down 4 squares to get right on top of.
To do a dive attack, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that tutorial.
And then my last turning thing is you can also make a direct 90-degree turn. Like this, without curving. That's all of your turning degrees all at once. And then you can't turn again. So,
Yeah.
in tight quarters, it's hard to fly. Sometimes you might run into a wall and take falling damage.
Yeah, I noticed that the Ashers frequently took the stairs and stuff, so I guess that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, so. And then, flying and taking off and then landing and then walking, I do allow, as long as you only make half moves for each movement type. So if you make a half move flying, you can land and make another half move walking. So you could do up to 16 squares flying and then 6 squares walking. I'm probably the only
My next
DM that
question.
would allow that. So go ahead.
Oh, I said that was my next question. What his walking speed was.
Yeah, his walking
Just the
speed is
normal.
12. So you can see the way I put it up is what I'm going to do. Actually, is expand it a little bit. Oh, I already did. Okay. I just won't show it. If I made the token bigger, you'd be able to see it. See how it says 33 out of 12 fly 33C? Yeah. So what you do is, if you land, you just change the movement speed to 12 like this. That way I know you're not flying anymore. And then when you choose to take off flying again, you just change your movement rate to 33 and hit enter. Or whatever your movement rate is when you're encumbered. And you cannot fly when you're encumbered. If you have any exhaustion levels or encumbrance, you cannot fly. If you're missing half your hit points or more, you have to glide. You cannot do a full move. If you're missing 75% or more of your hit points, you cannot fly at all and you will plummet. You'll fall. So be very careful when you're flying. If you get wounded too much, people can knock you right out of the sky. And then you'll take falling damage when you land. So word is the wise, flying can be pretty dangerous. It is a really useful tool in the right circumstances. It's really easily abused if I don't enforce all of the rules for it, which you are probably going to get sick of having characters that fly, because I do enforce
that's why
all of the rules for flying.
That's why I asked you to show me, is because with both of these player characters, I've heard you have to go over it multiple times.
Yeah. It's a double-edged sword, flying is. So there's a lot of people that think, like in 5th edition, like pixies are like the ultimate race because they can fly. But no, they only, in 2nd edition at least, pixies only fly at 12, right? Which is not very far. And when you fly, you can't sprint. All you can do is dive by sacrificing altitude. So you have to have the altitude to begin with in order to dive and move farther. So, any other questions?
At this time, thank you again.
Yep. And then go ahead and place your new characters in formation the way you want. I don't know where you want to put them. It's weird. Zaldi keeps getting placed in the back somehow.
Have them flying near the front. Assuming the weather's good.
Okay. All right. So we'll take you back out to the land of Nod. Oh, the map assets are still loading. And Gromnar and his spyglass are no longer with you. So I need to decrease your...
found out that Tirana has a spyglass.
Oh.
Yeah. When I was buying her stuff, she has it in her sash.
Okay.
Smart.
Yeah.
So I'll keep... keep the light radius at 20 miles. And...
This should tell you to read your character sheet when you take them, because yeah, we were 6 months without or a year, I think. She never used it.
Okay. I'm just shrinking the
I'm
boat.
stoked. I could not have gotten more lucky with my group.
So excited for you.
And then also, which follower are you going to take with you on your adventures?
Yeah.
Let's start with Ngoki, please.
Is that the one with the ring of invisibility?
Yeah, you want the ring of invisibility, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna experiment with some of them, but that's where I want to start with.
Okay.
So I think that you roll. Do you not roll every follower? See what kind of things they have?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't have
Oh.
anything.
Yeah. That's how she ended up, or he ended up. I can't remember whether it's a he or she. Ended up with a ring of invisibility and the various things, yeah.
The higher the level of the follower, the better chance they have things of interest. But that usually doesn't happen. Like, the highest level follower you might have is like maybe level 6. But even level 6 gives you a pretty decent chance of having something cool.
So I'd say, because Tensi and Simon, you're smart for, you know, and then when you get a higher level follower, then maybe they give a magic item, so that's pretty sweet.
Well, the advantage of like I'm at a low level is that you can micromanage what all abilities they're gonna have and
Yeah.
grow them just the way you want them. Yeah, like I wouldn't rush into recruiting a character you're not excited about because you'll be stuck with them.
Yup. And the number that you can have, like I can get 4 followers. That's 4 followers in my lifetime. So if any
Oh,
of these
okay.
guys die, no, I can't get another one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I like the way the player's handbook talks about it. That if you keep having people die under your command, that you're probably getting a poor reputation in the community, and nobody wants to come work for you.
Yeah.
What do you do? Don't go work for them. They're killing each other.
Yup.
Okay, looks like my virtual tabletop has had it. Let's take our first break. We've been playing for like almost well, about 2.5, 3.5 hours. Wow. Um, yeah, my virtual tabletop is dead. So, for our viewers, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break. And let's take a 5-minute break while I repair my virtual tabletop. Be right back in 5. I'm back.
I'm here.
I'm here. I'm here.
Full house.
Yeah, dog.
Okay. My tabletop's just loading up.
And now it'll be fresh, so it'll begin, like, go a little faster than normal and stuff.
Yeah, it might, hopefully.
Got pretty far before we had any trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was really zoomed in on that map, though. I think that's why. Whenever I zoom out, I start having issues. Because then there's more dynamic lighting lines, more tokens, more assets.
At least you won't have the city walls, the city map. That won't have to load.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, desert encounters are really simple because there's no dynamic lighting lines, pretty much. It's just flat.
Water encounters are pretty rare.
Yeah, so let's stay on the water as long as possible.
Of this boat.
I
So,
love this boat. That is so
we-
nice. Wow.
When we decide where we're gonna be, like, dock the boat normal, we should do something nice for the city ruler and maybe get a free docking spot or something.
Ooh. Calamar is starting to wonder if he ought to buy a boat. He's talking to you about it on the deck of the ship. It's like, should I get a boat? This is fun.
Ash was like, absolutely! We can have races, or we can tie them together. Barge. Like, out of character, there's a country song called Redneck Yacht Club. And that's kind of what I envision.
Ooh.
Yeah. Tansy, what do you think? Do you think I should buy a boat?
You should do what makes you happy, Calamar.
I smile. I'm like, yeah. I'm happy now. Now that I have all these great friends. I wasn't that happy before I knew people and stuff. Zaldi, what do you think? Should I buy a boat? Or should
Like
I
a,
just ride on this boat?
I think hours and numbers, and I think we should all stick together in one vehicle. One vessel.
And it is cheaper. If we had
Okay.
2 boats, think about how much that would have cost.
Yeah, what happens
That
if
would've
there
been a lot.
was like a major storm
right.
and we got split up?
So, before you set sail, I need to tell you that today's weather is gale with no precipitation. Gale has a ×4 speed modifier, so you'll be able to sail 16 miles an hour.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Jesus.
However, it's so strong that it will require a seaworthiness check. But caravels have really high seaworthiness. It's 70%. So
Happens
it
if we
is.
fail.
If you fail, you actually shipwreck.
Okay.
Well, don't fail. No.
You have a choice not even to set sail.
Let's
So
not go set sail.
Yeah.
Let's not.
you want to stay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and make a standard operating procedure that gale winds or worse, we don't sail.
Okay, so you're staying in town for another day?
I guess so.
Alright, so I'll take you back to... Yeah.
Oh
Alright.
no! Oh no! The map.
But
Couldn't you
I'm
pretend
just,
something?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm just staying on the ship, eating the food that Jim and Luther create, and just waiting for the wind to clear up.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to practicing with my new size that I got. So yeah, I'm all good with that idea.
Took me a couple of seconds to go from SIZE to SCYTHE. I was like, playing with his new size. How did he get bigger? What the fuck?
And Atar says, "I'll practice with you, mate."
Cool.
Ooh, this will be good. Hang on, I'm gonna go get the popcorn. I'll be right back.
And I'm also going to practice blind fighting, so it'll be good to have a partner to do that with.
Oh yeah.
And as he perspires, his skin glistens like a dirty romance novel cover.
And you see Josie sitting up in the rigging of the boat on the mast or whatever. She's watching. She's going, yeah, that's how you do that. Oh yeah. While Lanatar is going.
Okay, so go ahead and place your tokens as if it were an hour later. Actually, rather than do that, I'm going to make it a shortcut for everybody.
Yeah.
So I'll just delete all these.
I was just
Doo-doo.
imagining
Branger.
what the for staring at Anatar, what Toronto would be looking and appreciating. Olivia would be looking and appreciating. Boogie wouldn't, like, he's a human. What does he care? And then there's Jesse who's like, he's real pretty.
Okay. So you guys make it back to the boat. I'm going to paste you guys on the bridge for now, and you can place your tokens appropriately. And I'll dismount. I'll delete all the mounts, because obviously you'd have them below. And then whoever else is down below, go ahead and let me know their actual characters down below.
Nice day.
No, it's a gale.
Well, but it's not like precipitation. Just windy.
Oh,
Very windy.
Yeah, I'll stay also.
Yeah, not
yeah,
quite
I
a
guess
storm.
everybody will stay out.
Okay, yeah.
But go ahead and place your tokens.
like a wall there or something?
I think
Is it
Past-
Karangor is
completely
also stuck.
okay? Okay, I was weird because it was doing it for us, for me. I was like, oh shit. But if it's doing it to you too, then that's a problem.
You just delete Karangor and drop his token again.
Yeah.
Alright, I didn't hear you very well. Did you say yes?
Yep.
Thank you. Come on, token delete.
Oh.
Apparently, there's already a Toronto there, so I deleted one of them. So there's only one Toronto.
Only be one.
Calamar, for the day that we're gonna miss because we're, waiting for the gale to go bye-bye. I'm going to carve, and I want you to know that I'm carving every time that we
Well,
go.
less than an hour goes by, so you wouldn't have much progress on any carving.
But I do want. I just want to say that I'm always carving if it's on break time from now on, whether I mention it or not.
Dang, I just saw this fucking token. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Shit. Alright. Sorry, I'm actually making a token right now for this because I meant to do it months ago. It won't take very long because I've gotten really good at um, this token maker website thing. Actually, I do need to take out some frames here. I'm going to take out 20 to 41. That's much better. Okay. It'll be worth the wait. The XP for this is pretty high. That's why I'm putting so much effort into it. Okay. And we'll crop it one more time. And crop, crop, crop. Okay. And rename. Paste. Enter. Close that window. Load up here. Wow, my upload's not even registering yet. I think I might have to upload it again. Actually, I'm going to switch maps first. Outstanding. Okay, delete. Shit. There we go. Okay, you guys there?
Yep.
Yes. It's a mouthful of Oreos.
The way to roll it.
Gluten-free double stuffed Oreos. Yeah, dog. Just remembered that I had some. Oh, holy shit. Why are they not gone? Let's make them gone.
Shit, I have Oreos.
Yes.
God, sorry about the 15-minute delay here.
Browse the internet.
Yeah, I was watching Critical Role on YouTube.
All right, so you guys are chilling out at the ship. The Ivory Dagger, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah, that's what she
suddenly, from the water rises this.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Big is it?
I think I must get it.
Why don't I see it?
We see it.
Now there's two of them.
Now you have two, yeah. Oh, so all this internet went down.
Stem Gale wins.
Hmm. Weird. I'm not seeing them.
Yeah.
Okay, I see one
I
on the
don't know.
bridge. There's one. And why is it so freaking huge? There we go. All right. So this thing appears from out of the water, and it looks like it's able to fly.
Fly. Oh shit.
I'll describe it to you.
He back.
All right.
Hello.
All right.
And cats.
I like cats. You know what else I like? I like dogs.
Same here.
Yeah. I like butterflies a lot. And flowers.
You can't train those.
Rainbows. Those are really pretty. You know, those were, when I first saw one after I came out of the Underdark, I could not believe my eyes.
You had a good point, because in the Underdark, there's really no colors.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, this whole place, the surface is like it's strange and certainly weird in places, but it's really beautiful.
I kind of prefer the darkness of the underground, but I'm getting used to it.
Wait till you see your first rainbow, then you'll be hooked. Let me tell
All
you
right.
about the surface.
So this thing is a water of the beholder.
Oh
Floating
shit.
slowly about, stalking prey. It has two crab-like pincers and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth.
Cool.
And a bunch of eye stalks. It has a large central eye.
Can it be backstabbed?
No. This is not a vertebrate.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a backbone.
Sigh.
It has to have a backbone. It has to have physiology similar to a mammal or fish or bird or lizard or something that you're familiar with. Something with a heart and a backbone and lungs and stuff like that.
One could always wish that it has those, but nope. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay, you said at first it is flying. Is that where it is?
It's in the water actually. It's in the water.
Water.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is there anyone else in the water?
Um,
No.
there's The taxmen.
Okay.
They're basically right out off your bow.
Alright.
Don't roll initiative quite yet. Because I need to delete a lot of people. Okay. Alright, go ahead and roll initiative. It seems like it's, yeah, attacking your ship. It has a bunch of eyes.
Hey, sorry guys, I had a technical issue. I am logging back on. Should be about 5 minutes.
If I'm going to cast a spell, what initiative do I use?
The initiative for the spell.
Okay, I don't. Um,
You go
And-
under spells and powers, and you
oh,
choose
spells and powers.
there.
Did
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like you're
Oh, so you
casting
don't-
it.
Oh, okay. So you don't do it under the initiative button.
No.
Okay, got it.
No.
Can you close the door, please? Oh, I had a. I should have like I had a technical issue.
That's fine. There's only been 3 people that have rolled initiative so far.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm still
I am
computer's
stupid.
still turning
I
on.
put my weapon in everything except there, and except under weapons. Hang on, that'll take me just a second. Do her last.
Of course, I'd have trouble right before combat.
Josh, did I do that right? Did you get it?
Light? Yeah.
Yep.
Boogie Wheel, Olivia.
I
Still.
don't have Trana because I don't have her things listed, but I'm looking them up in there. Then I'll roll them. But they weren't an option, so I was like, oh shit, I forgot to do that.
So this is a custom Eye of the Deep. It's going to be worth a lot more XP than a normal Eye of the Deep.
How much? I'm sorry, I didn't see a musket in the player's handbook. How much does it? You know, what am I feeling for muskets? I know it doesn't have any. I don't have any attack or damage.
What character are you talking about?
For Tirana, I want to shoot for right now the musket
Oh yeah, you bought her a musket, huh?
and pistols too. But she's not. She's gonna start with the musket. So how much damage does it do to the small? Small and medium.
Musket, right?
Right. I need to know the damage, and I need to know the range. And I need to know the speed.
Speed is 1 per 2 rounds.
I'm really sorry. I thought I had done everything. I put in everything except in weapons. And I can't, you know.
Yeah, speed is 1 per 2 rounds. Range is this much. The speed is 9, and it weighs 12 pounds.
Yup.
How many pistols did you buy her?
I forgot. Hang on. It was either 4 or 6. 4 pistols.
4
Oh,
pistols.
and the damage is +1.
Is it... Oh, on the musket?
Yeah. And on the pistols, they're +1 too. And the damage.
Are they belt pistols or horse pistols?
They're like belt pistols, except she's wearing them on bandoliers, on crisscrossed across her chest.
Okay, belt pistols weigh 3 pounds each, so that's 12 pounds. Okay, they do this much damage.
And the range, like how far they can be. Because the short bow is 10, 20, 30. I don't know how the guns do. Musket though.
4, 8, 12.
Okay.
And the musket is this far. Which I swear to God I already put in.
It might have been me. I'm sorry.
The musket is a speed of 9. Pistols have a speed of 7.
Thank you so much.
And you said your belt pistols are +1 to hit too, because of the
No, to damage. To damage.
+1 to damage.
Yeah.
And is she proficient?
Yes. That was her last proficiency slot. Remember, she got it even though she didn't have a gun, because one day she was gonna have a gun.
Belt pistols are AC speed 7. There we go. Alright, did you roll initiative for her?
There we go. I'm sorry, guys. Really, really sorry, guys.
Okay, is there anyone who's still in initiative phase?
Well, I am, but I'm still logging on.
Okay, who do you need to roll initiative for?
Everybody. My computer is rebooting, so it's slow. Oh, great. Oh, wait. I might be almost there. Almost there. Sorry about this.
No problem.
No problem. You know, I had all this trouble. Come on. You know, it doesn't hurt.
Is the dragon fairy actually doing something? Why is there a dragon fairy on the map?
Maybe that's from when you were showing us how to do the flying lesson.
Or it could be one of us has our familiars out and we didn't realize it.
Okay.
Zaldi, no one will think less of you if you hide and have nothing to do with fighting this monster.
I don't see your two new characters, Asher.
Put them on the boat. Hold on, yeah. I see Varen and I see Ranger.
Okay, Varen's right there. Okay, now... Oh, he's invisible to me. That's weird.
That is weird.
Okay, Jessie's hovering over him and it made him look kind of invisible. Because her blue dot covers up most of his token.
I moved her, so yeah, there we go.
Are you gonna have Brian Druid use his breath weapon?
Are there any special rules for that?
He can do it up to 3 times without having to roll checks in one day.
Okay.
He can only use it every 3rd round, like a normal dragon.
So he can take off the boat and then use it in the same turn, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, he's gonna do that then. So.
Okay. So,
Touch
are
attack,
you able to roll
bite.
initiative?
Yep, I'm doing it right now. Is it the innate spell ability?
What? Brain Druid?
Yeah.
No, it's breath weapon.
Oh, there it is. I'm blind. Okay, there's that. No, not initiative. Almost done. And last one. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your patience.
Alrighty, here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, So first up with his psionics is Zaldi.
Okay, then I'm. Sorry.
Let's see, 1 second. I need to give you a mental AC before you can ego whip him. DT plus
Hell
10.
yeah. Whip his map.
Whip it real
Whip his
good.
ass.
I
I'm
love
in
how
Z.
fast that came through too. I mean,
Mhm.
2.8. Boom!
You must whip it. Whip it. It's a shape. It's not too late. Whip it good.
Ah.
I forgot to roll for St. Luther. I'll roll for him next round if we need to. That is something that, yeah, I'll have to remember for the next couple of sessions. Like, remember to roll Luther.
Okay, its MAC is 10. So I will add its MAC. So that when you target it, it will pull the MAC off of the token.
Oh, okay.
Alright, go ahead and attack it.
I'm gonna do. First, I'm gonna flick my helmet off to the way it dangles. Then I'll do the eagle whip.
Well, remember the helmet doesn't interfere with your sonics.
Yes, but it does interfere with spellfire. So I'll flip it off, and I'll do the eagle. Whatever it's called. Oh, I gotta. So I click on eagle whip, and then I think I did it. Okay. Defense mode. Do I need to worry about that at all, Jim?
No.
And this is a closed mind or open mind?
It is a closed mind.
Closed mind. Cool. And the initial is 4 PSPs.
Glowing. Okay. So you momentarily phase into a semi-astral state. You can see your own body is normal. Everyone around you is a glowing ball of non-form, like ephemeral psionic energy. You're the only one that has an actual form.
Cool.
And a glowing whip of psychic energy lashes out from your hand as it slices into buried wells of inferiority and worthlessness in the target. You spend 4 PSPs and do 6 PSP damage. The target's mind is opened to further psionic attack, as it has no further PSPs. Do you want to attack it again to daze it?
You
Or do
know
you-
that's true.
Or do you want to use telepathic power on it?
I'm gonna daze it for the rest of the group, make it easier for them to attack. So that's what I'll do. So I'll do the spells and powers again, and I'll do the eagle whip one more time to daze it. Oop.
And this time it will be versus an open mind.
Oh, okay. Just a second. What?
Okay, so
Your attempt to use roller is not working. So eagle whip. Okay, now choose target. Defense mode. Open mind. 4 PSPs.
all right, you hit it again. Spending another 4 PSPs, so subtract a total of 8 from your PSPs.
Done.
Okay, and you have now dazed it, which I think is this one. Dazed, all dice rolls penalized by 5, cannot cast spells above level 3. Okay.
Outstanding job.
Hell to the yes. Love it.
It will be dazed for 1 round. It is an Eye of the Deep. Eye of the Deep, dazed.
Oh my god, it's a damn
Swan.
beholder!
And yeah, this is a custom Eye of the Deep, so it's going to be worth a hell of a lot more than a normal Eye of the Deep.
Thanks.
And
Now it's a Zaldi.
it's going to have more abilities too.
Sure.
So what does days do to our rolls and stuff? I mean, do we
To
have
your rolls, it does nothing.
Okay. I thought trying to hit it, like it might be, we might have more chance with days.
Dazed creatures have a penalty of 5 to all dice rolls and can't cast spells above 3rd level. The attack costs 4 PSPs. All right. Now, do you want to use one of your telepathic abilities on it, or do you want to skip it and go to the next person?
I'm going to.
Because it has an open mind now. And any of its saves, of course, will be at -5 because you've dazed it.
Oh, Jesus.
So if you want to dominate it, you can.
Unfortunately, I don't have dominate at this time.
Okay.
I'm not. But I
Not
will
high enough
do
level?
Invincible. Not high enough level, unfortunately. But I will be. Hopefully after this one.
Yeah.
I will do invincible foes on it. Unfortunately, there's not a macro for that.
Oh, right. What book was that one from?
Invincible.
And you can go ahead and add that to the honeydew list as well. Do you know where the honeydew list is?
Yeah, I already did it already. I know. I understand you're busy though.
Okay. Let's see. Find
Visible.
invincible.
I'll look it up. Number 2 should be. Is in the Sonic handbook or the deck of
The what book?
Sonic handbook is what I'm looking at, or the deck of Sonic powers, either or.
Okay. Uh-oh.
PS cost is 6.
What does it say the power score is?
In the skills and powers, it says Mac AC 8, and the PSP cost is 6. 6/2.
What's your MTHACU? 20?
Should
19?
be yeah, it was 19.
18. Go ahead and roll a d20. You got to roll 12 or higher.
20. And I have a sweet. I have a +1.
Okay, and then what's the success cost to PSPs?
It'd be 6.
A d6 PSPs?
I will lose 6 PSPs.
Okay, so go ahead and subtract 6. And then what's the, do they get a saving throw?
I'll tell you right now, DM. Invincible foes. This devotion can only be used against a contact mine. The victim believes that any power struck against him will cripple or kill him. Even if the blow actually causes just 1 point of damage, the victim thinks he's dying and that he can no longer continue to fight. He falls to the ground in pain. I do not see a saving throw at all.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Next up is Calamar.
Mhm.
One other thing, DM, as my movement action, I'm going to do this.
Movement action?
Do they do that in this game?
No, movement action is moving.
Okay.
Wielder or... Your psionic abilities are a half move action. So you can do a half move if you wish.
Okay, well, I just wanted to remove the limiter on my spellfire. So that way I'll absorb anything that touches me. That'll be my turn.
Okay, I guess that'll just be free action. Because it's basically mental anyways. Calamar.
Calamar looks at the thing. He's never seen anything like this before, and he goes pew 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 and shoots 5 magic missiles at it. He did look. He was gonna cast lightning bolt, but there was someone else in the water, so he didn't want to.
I had the same thought process.
Now, do you have to maintain that invincible foes for it to stay asleep while it thinks it's dead?
I'm looking right now. It is 6 per round.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Magic missile. Okay, first one hits. Oh. He don't have no magic resistance.
Yeah, you're getting that vibe from Calamar that you just want this guy to fly, so that then I can zap him, and it won't hurt anybody else. Like, oh, this is all I can
Okay.
think of.
4, 7, 9, 13, 18 damage. Alright, and it seems to play dead. It just sort of lays over in the water. Stops moving.
Do these things play dead?
No, I am trying to psychic attack it at this particular point in time.
Well, you're doing a sweet job of it, though. Wow.
Tenzi.
How many eye stalks does it have?
It has 10. It is a custom Eye of the Deep.
All right. We'll pick one at random and cast a light on top of it.
Um.
Just roll a 1d10, I guess.
Ooh. Lucky you. Okay, what's the duration of your light spell?
According to the spell casting thing that I just did, 120 rounds. So 12 turns, 2 hours.
You said 120 rounds?
Yep.
What level was that for you?
First level spell cast as level 6.
You gain 100 points.
Okay.
Okay, Boogie Will.
Boogie Will runs over here, puts himself in the boat, looks at the thing in the water,
It looks like it's playing dead.
jumps over the side, and will reach over and go bonk bonk.
You notice it's asleep, and you can coup d'etat, coup de grace at will.
Okay, I will do so.
Okay. You crush its central eye as it sort of explodes into a mush of ocular fluid, some kind of weird bluish blood, and like the lens of an eyeball, shattered lens, goes everywhere. And yeah, it dies in basically one hit.
He looks at
Wow.
it. This isn't very tough. This is very, very weak stuff. And he goes back over to the ship and prepares to climb up there on his neck.
And Zoldy was an MVP that round.
Yeah, so then Calamar though turns around and says, "You did that?"
Yes. I didn't want it to get on the ship, so I wanted to keep it out there. So yeah, yes, that was me. I am.
Calamar looks from you to the thing, and back to you, over to the thing, and back to you, and says, "Damn, you're strong. Why didn't you say you were such a strong fighter?"
Well, because I am not a fighter. I am a like a mind wizard almost. But hopefully I can continue to show my worth and show what a benefit I am to the rest of the group by doing things such as that.
Asher gives him a thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up.
And I say, thank you to me. You're welcome.
Ooh. Okay, so that particular Eye of the Deep had 15 hit dice.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Man.
custom
Psionics are cool.
Eye
Yeah. I
of
was
the
like, what the
Deep.
hell? True? Wow.
Oh, whoops.
Where have you been all our lives? Come on. If we'd had him when we were in the Tower of Serpents, wouldn't have taken us 4 months to get through that.
Okay, 1 custom Eye of the Deep. Okay, submit. Okay, so this custom Eye of the Deep was worth 20,000 experience points. Number of player characters is 4. NPCs who earn XP. So that is... Kalmar has 1 more than normal right now, so that's 4. Asher now has 5, so that's 9. And then there's the Druid, so that's 10. Number of creatures defeated was 1. Okay, it had 15 hit dice. Number of warriors and bards. Okay, so Kalamar's wife is a triple class fighter, right?
Right.
Then you got the ranger, you got the
3.
bugbear. So that's 3, yeah. And then Asher has 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 7.
Oh yeah, 4.
And then, yep, 7 warriors and bards. All right, so Zaldi, you get 1,111 per class. Tinsy, you get 2,222 in your 1 class. And then anyone who is part warrior, they multiply their level by 20. And that's how much bonus experience they get for the hit dice.
That was badass.
Yeah, it was a DM special. As you could probably tell by when I typed in DM special and nothing happened.
Yeah.
So by custom Eye of the Deep, essentially that was a max level Eye Tyrant. So a normal beholder, which is level 15, with the Eye of the Deep skin on it. So it had, the movement of the Eye of the Deep and everything. But there was a chance of being disintegrated and, shot by a death ray and all that stuff. So that's why it was worth so much experience points. You almost died, everybody. Congratulations.
I'm glad we did it.
Mm-hmm.
We made it through.
Okay, so now I'm going to have to call it there. I do have to leave just a few minutes early. We're like 14 minutes early. We did start half an hour late today. I apologize for that. That was because of our level ups. Speaking of which, do we have any level ups today?
Not yet. Close, but no cigar. Well, actually, let's check here.
I have to pick somebody up from the bus station.
Usually, if you have NPCs, they share the experience points.
Say again?
And, so the NPCs also split the experience points.
Yeah, so that's your followers, your henchmen, any NPC in the party that is controlled by the DM that actually has a level. So in this case, it's your quest giver right here. On is basically your quest giver right now. He's the great druid of the whole planet, pretty much.
Oh shit!
The table's already taken all that into account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that.
Into macro. So
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, that's why I literally told you gained 1,111 per class. Because you're a PC with 2 classes, so that's 1,111 per class, and then Tenzi has 1 class, so that's PC with 1 class, 2,222. NPC with 3 classes. The only character I know of like that is Tirana. So she gets 370 per
370.
Ouch.
That's it.
per class. Yeah. So being an NPC
But I did.
cuts your share in half, right? So really, it behooves you to have more NPCs because it's safer, and you end up getting PCs end up getting a whole share versus NPCs half a share.
Okay.
It's just that you'll gain levels way slower because there's more characters.
Okay.
But you're still racking up the experience points compared to them. And then of course, the XP is divided equally among all your classes. So, and when you gain XP from a class ability, even that XP is divided among your classes. So, if you're a fighter priest and you cast heal on somebody, and I grant you 600 points, you got to divide it in half because you have 2 classes. So that's 300 points per class.
Okay.
So, yeah. And then that's how I'm going to do Spellfire. Every time you use a certain amount of Spellfire levels, I'll grant you... Basically, it's going to be 50 points per Spellfire levels that you use. Because that's how Wizard spell levels happen. So...
Well, then I'm definitely fine with that. Oh, I just want to give everyone a heads up that I will probably be missing the next 3 game sessions due to I'll be headed out to school.
Okay.
So,
It's cool. It's cool.
we'll be back.
There's a pretty good chance I might miss next week, but is based on what my dad is doing. He is chaotic good.
Ooh.
Okay. In that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fast forward you guys out to...
Oh, can I verify that before we left, Baron got a pretty good look at a place in
the bar.
Mediga, let's call it. Yeah, the bar. Yep.
Yeah, he's as
Thank you.
familiar as possible.
Oh, hell yeah. So, how does it feel to have our traveling king back?
I'm overwhelmed. I want to make sure that I do right by him.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I was thinking about how Varen and Asher never liked each other. Definitely not at the beginning, and like later, like they were civil.
Yeah. He liked you more than he liked Jesse. Alright, I'm gonna go.
all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fast forward the caravel outside of town. I'm gonna put the map marker on top of it so that you guys can depart the caravel while it's in the plains right here. Because that way you're not in. Actually, no, it's gonna have to be out in the desert because all through the plains is that aqueduct. So way out here, and that's where you can leave the ship from because that's where it meets the desert sands. And since we're gonna be down to people next week, more than likely, we can have like random encounters and stuff for your trip through the desert and whatnot. So that'll be Tenzi and Calamar's group, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys can get there for the rest of the group.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Lamar and Tenzi.
Thanks for playing, everybody. Any feedback for me? Did I screw up any enemies other than not actually having that Eye of the Deep created? I just made you a custom one, so that's... I think it's worth like double what the original monster is worth.
Yeah, no complaints here.
None whatsoever here either.
I'm surprised nobody gained a level from that. Alright, so I will see you guys next week for those who are coming next week, and see you whenever you come back for those who don't. Alright?
Alright.
Goodbye.
Alright, bye-bye.
Bye.
And for our viewers, please like, share, and subscribe. If you're watching us on YouTube, on the home page for the channel, we have links to different things. In the bottom right corner of the graphic that has the clouds, there is a link to our Twitter. If you want to follow us on Twitter, there is a link to my Wizards of the West Coast Discord. If you want to get a hold of me during the day or something and ask me a question, you'll be able to find me there. And there's also links to our Patreon and PayPal. If you're watching us live on Twitch, there's also links to Patreon and PayPal there. If you like who we are and like what we do, that's what those are for. The PayPal is for small one-time donations. The Patreon is for monthly pledges, as little as $1. And you can go as high as you want. And at the $10 level or higher, you are guaranteed a spot in this game, the Orb of Solynod Hex. Just like Zaldi, he's a paying player. He's going to be gone for 3 weeks. Normally, if someone was gone for 3 weeks without telling me, I would probably remove them from the game. But Zaldi didn't actually have to tell me that. He's a paying player, so he could have just been like, bye, and not told us anything. That was good manners on his part, out of the kindness of his heart. But for paying players, I never kick them out because you're essentially paying for a spot in the game. The grandfathered players that are not paying players, they have to let us know when they're going to be gone or whatever. And if I don't hear from somebody for about 2 weeks, that's not a paying player, I let them go and open their spot up for somebody else. So it kind of behooves you, if you'd like to join the Orb of Solynod Hex, to go ahead to our Patreon and pledge that $10 a month. As it works out, because we play 5-hour sessions 4 times a month, it works out to about 50 cents an hour. So if you can find cheaper entertainment than 50 cents an hour, maybe Netflix. I don't know. If you spend 40 hours a month watching Netflix, that's probably cheaper than 50 cents an hour. Other than that, that's pretty rare. 50 cents an hour is real cheap, dirt cheap. So totally worth it, I think. Most of my players believe that it's worth it as well. So, all right. Hopefully I'll see you guys next week, or maybe next Friday night when I play in Mark's campaign. What is it? The name of the campaign, Mystara AC 1000. I play that on Friday nights, starting at about 5 p.m. Pacific, which would be 8 p.m. Eastern, I suppose. And we play for usually like 3.5 to 4 hours. And then, you're all invited to come back to this game Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern for 5 hours until 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. All right. Stand by for a raid. And just want to give you a shout out, XL809. I see you in chat. Thank you for visiting us and for watching. You're one of our most loyal viewers. It looks like we're going to raid Arcadum. They're in an interesting position on a bridge out in the Arctic cold. That should be interesting. Raid channel. Arcadum. Oh, you know what? I just noticed Lord Gosamba is on. We're going to raid him. Here we go. Start raid. Bam.